Hello everybody, welcome back to the channel and welcome to some hosted racing on Assetto Corsa. We're going to do some nice racing with the subscribers. In the best sim in the world. So come on in and join us. We'll have some nice cars to drive. It'll be a very nice time. Wunderbar. Alles gut. Hello, Jolly Ghost. Hello. Thought I'd get a cheeky bit of AC in for you guys.
Okay, let's go.
It was a good quality race. Why is this not loading? Mod profile. I know, I can't help myself. Retro. Hey, this is newer than iRacing. That was good. It's my favourite experience of drinking. That's what I like, drinking non-alcoholic beer. Perfect. Right, let's get set up. Oh, first of all, let's sort out. Bring out the sim rig. Well, nice. This car's a bit tanky, but it's very nice to drive. Get in there. Hello, Autobahn. The battle of the slows. Not everyone can be amazingly talented, you know. How's my Sunday? Mostly unconscious. Last night, decided to have like a massive anxiety attack for no reason at all. And then decided to sleep all day. And then did some gardening, but it's alright. It happens. It's great. I'm pretty used to it. It doesn't actually bother me that much. It's just a weird thing that happens sometimes. It's not based on anything. Too much sim racing. Yeah, it's not based on anything. It's a totally irrational, weird thing. But it's not that bad. It doesn't bother me that much. It's just uncomfortable. Yeah, no, it's not actually a problem. It's just because I just happens. So I'm like, oh. But yeah, it's not. As I say, it's not based on anything. So I know it's just like a weird. I think it's just brain chemicals doing weird things. That's all right. Did some nice. Cut some hedges down, which is always good. Hello, brain. No, I don't do any drugs. I'm not a particularly anxious person. I like to save everything up in one go. Yeah. I've always had like a weird thing with I don't know, I think there's something wrong with my brain where like I have the same thing with like what's it called where you get excited? Adrenaline. Oh, I do loads of walking and stuff. No, it's like some weird thing. I have a problem with adrenaline as well, where I don't feel any adrenaline, and then I get like 100% adrenaline. I know adrenaline's like that anyway, but like I will literally not have any adrenaline for stuff at all. And then randomly, some random thing, I'll have like 500%. So it's always been like that. So I'm pretty used to it. It's alright. Yeah, well that's the problem with any drug. Like you'd have to see a doctor and you'd have to be careful. Something's gonna be positive for some people and be the absolute worst thing for other people. So you always have to be. I personally just don't do any drugs. I think it's better that way for me. All I ever have is painkillers for back pain. That's it. Look at this. This car's well nice. Yeah, well, I'm pretty. I'm normally really relaxed, and yeah, I don't like drinking. I'd rather just not. So many teas. Tea has more caffeine in it than coffee, but it's unless you eat the tea, tends to be less caffeine in a cup of tea. But I don't think caffeine's that bad, to be honest. Again, it's from person to person. Some people caffeine affects them really badly, and some people not at all. The problem with Kong Strongs and energy drinks is there's a load of shit in them. They're probably like 250 milligrams of caffeine, maybe 60 milligrams of caffeine actually. But yeah, I wouldn't buy energy drinks if I were you. Hello, Anthems. Oh, the server details. Hang on. There you go. It's above my head. Password is T in capital letters. But it's weird. I think most people normally they're like their sort of excitement levels or stuff is like more linear. I think that's how your brain's supposed to. I think that's how it's supposed to be for most things. So you know, like generally people are like slightly like they're comfortable and they get a little bit less comfortable, a little bit less comfortable, a little bit less comfortable, or you know they're like slightly excited, they get more and more excited. I'm like either like completely like can't like nothing, or 100%. There's no in between. They're bouncing. Quite a heavy car, this. It's interesting how much it rotates on trail braking when you're going faster as well. Porsche love the cars to rotate on the brakes. Doesn't matter what car it is. Really good. We're not allowed weed in the UK. The devil's lettuce. You can go out and drink yourself to death. That's fine. The most dangerous and deadly drug known to man. That's fine. That's okay. But the devil's lettuce. Ooh. Dangerous stuff. Dangerous stuff. To be fair, you might end up with the whole town centre being filled with fast food restaurants. with the quantity of biscuits that are available in the UK, it is dangerous. Be death by biscuit. No, he was 1/10 faster than me. That's a nice looking car. Yeah, people are like, they get hungry. Corey's in here already, look at that. Get in there, Corey. He's come back for some more punting. He loves it. He secretly loves it. I just need to change some settings here. There's a threat to the cotton industry. Yeah. Well, it probably wouldn't have been regulated too much in ancient past, but then yeah, you had a lot of hemp for rope. UK had a pretty substantial rope industry, and then in America there was the whole using it. Probably they were worried it would impact the cigarette and alcohol industry, and they were. They also wanted to use it as a way to attack black people and black culture. Although they like tried to align the two in a negative way. Yeah, it'll always be like some kind of corporate corruption. Did I make this music? No, this is Epidemic Sound. I don't think I'd make house. I'm more of a fan of techno. This isn't bad though. I mean, it's generic, but I quite like that. I'm not really pro weed though in general. I'm not anti it. Like, so as I say this all the time, I'm like a Mormon. For myself, I'm like a Mormon. I really don't do any drugs at all. But for other people, I also think people should be allowed to do whatever they want to do and make that as safely as possible, as long as it doesn't have as long as it doesn't have a really big negative impact. So there's certain things where it should be decriminalised, but it shouldn't be legal necessarily. Like like depending on how you get it. So you might only be able to get it from like specific dispensaries or something. Which have support structures. I think with weed, there's a problem that the strains are too strong. So I think that's an issue. But overdose of sim racing is my problem. But yeah, I don't think criminalising things is productive. Can we turn the grass particle effect off, because it seems to bug out a bit? Don't know where that setting is. But it is weird when people are super anti one thing but not another. Like it's very clear. It's very clear that alcohol is insane. Like I think people should be allowed to drink. They want to, but it's mental. Like, it's super addictive. It's massively negative on people's lives. Massively negative on general health. Incredibly expensive for everyone. Also, I don't think it's that enjoyable. Like, I think small amounts of it is fine. It's terrible for mental health. Like, people have to do alcohol to talk to each other, and so they're massively insecure to just be friendly without being drunk. Then they do stuff when they're drunk that they wouldn't do when they're sober. Like, I mean, how many like STDs and things are transmitted through people that are drunk? And they don't even want to, you know. So like stuff like, think of the damage that does. I had to restart it. So people can join. Yeah, so relative to the positive, like, so the thing is, obviously, just having a drink's not too bad. You'd be fun at. Oh, I am actually pretty fun at a party. As I say, other people can do what they want to do. I don't. It's just. It's just weird. Like, I tell you what's less fun at a party, when everyone's like vomiting, or the next day after the party you can't do anything because everyone's totally wrecked. Which is more fun? Having a few drinks, or not drinking, and, you know, still being able to do stuff and have a good time, and then be able to have a good time the next day, or people being completely wrecked, so that, like, they're not even having fun when they're partying. They're completely wrecked. They don't even remember what they were doing as well. So it's just weird. Like, as a, it's just super strange. It's just accepted, but it is, when you actually think about it, it's pretty damn weird. You should have other stuff regulated that's actually not as miserable. That would be good. Also, the sheer cost of it in the UK. Like, think of how much other stuff you could be doing, right? The other stuff that you could be doing for the same amount of money, that people would genuinely rather be doing it as well. So it's my thing. By not, so other people can do what they want to do. If someone really wants to get drunk and that's what they do, or they've got into it, I'm not going to judge someone for it. It's their choice. So say, like, just, I have for me, what I want to do. I don't care what other people want to do. Some other people might love drinking and they might like the downsides of it, or they've accepted that. So I don't care. It's just weird to have it. It's weird when you have culturally assumed things and then they're tried to be applied to everyone. I hated that as a kid. Like, as you can imagine, I was super weird. I still am. But, which is fine. But I hated how people tried to force their way on you, or like the cultural norms on you. Oh, don't be a computer nerd. Oh, you can't do this. You shouldn't do that. I do what I want, thank you. You do what you want. Yeah. I wonder how many people are not happy with their lives because they're done what they were told that they should be supposed to be doing. And I think there's so many people that are living unhappy lives because of that. Some people that accidentally fit in with the culture or a specific thing, and they'll be very happy and it'll work well for them, so that's great. But yeah, English culture is proper degenerate, I think. I think more rural, especially the closer you get to cities, more rural places I think have a better intuition. Sit in a field, that's what you need. Techno music and fields. See, that is perfect. What more could you imagine? That like a proper loud techno music in a nice field with some glow sticks. Ah, amazing. Perfect life, that. This is a green car. Well, I would be careful with mushrooms because it's very illegal in the UK. But they do grow everywhere. Also, you'd have to be very careful what you pick because there's some very poisonous mushrooms as well that they can look very similar. That's kind of funny though, isn't it? Imagine having like a incredibly illegal substance, but it grows everywhere. It's a Porsche GT1 98. I don't know what the actual car. Maybe there's some car info I can put on the screen. I call this car Bob. I think it likes that name. I think that's weird. Like, it's kind of funny that there's a lot of stuff that just comes out of the ground that you can't. The best things generally can't be capitalized because humans obviously evolved in the environment, right? Hello, review video. We're all right, actually. We're okay today. Yeah, you evolve in the environment, so a lot of things in terms of happiness or like contentness, which I think is more important than happiness, they're just things that are already around you, like grass, trees, water, rain, clouds, sunshine. Being grown in a garden. That's handy if you needed a hip replacement. Just search for Gamer Muscle and the password is T in capital letters. Oh, come on. I wonder how many people in general are like. I think the thing is in the UK, it's like a wealth trap. It's outside of people's control because of the economic system we have. Rent is too expensive, mortgages and houses are too expensive. So then people have to get jobs that they don't want to do and live a style of life they don't want to do, and that's absolutely unhealthy. And then because they're unhappy with the work that they've been forced to do, they then eat unhealthy to try and compensate for the unhealthy life, which then compounds, and that's the trap, and then you can't get out of it. It's not, and the thing is, it's framed as if that's the individual person's fault, but it's not their fault. It's, I mean, in some cases there's stuff that you could do better or worse, but the overarching pressures is not that individual person's fault. It's all like it's manufactured on purpose to trap people. But then outside of that, there's just so many things that are like encouraged to trap people into that, like slightly better car, spend money on a slightly better car, buy drink, go to pubs, buy this, buy that, get this thing, get that thing. You'll be happy if you get it. It's like, well, you'll be happy if you sit in a field, I think. That'd actually be interesting for ChatGPT to find out what percentage of the economy is economic activity from things that people are buying that have been created as things that are like created problem. They're to offset problems that are created. So like, if you buy a car, that comes with a whole load of problems that are created by cars. That if you didn't have cars, you wouldn't have the problem. So like, if you buy a car, oh well, you need an air freshener for it, you need a Hoover for it, you need tyres for it, you need a thing to service it, you need a garage, then you need to have an extra mortgage for a garage, you need to live in a certain place for a garage, you need oil for it, you need petrol, you know. There's all these industries that arise out of having an object that a lot of people actually just wouldn't want. They don't need that object in the first place. Well, they have to have it to drive to work, but they wouldn't if they didn't have to drive to work, which is a created thing. They wouldn't have had to get that object and then have to get all the other objects. Do you know what I mean? So I wonder how much stuff is just created for like pointless. Well, gas racing, the working man's the salt of the earth. It's not fun, but the world needs people to. Well, ironically, actually, I think people doing actual work, it is quite fulfilling. Not all jobs, obviously, but jobs that need doing, it's actually quite a fulfilling thing. If it's managed appropriately and you're not overworked, there's quite a big satisfaction. So let's say you're just like a road labourer, and I say just, but you know, let's say that's what you do. Actually making roads nice, or pavements nice, or let's say you cut down trees and make paths walkable and stuff. That's actually very rewarding. You're actually genuinely making something better for someone else. So that's an inherently rewarding activity. You know, if you're like a bin man, you are removing rubbish for people. If you're doing anything that actually needs to be done, I think that is actually rewarding. Oh, my tyres are gone. Right. It's if you're doing something that doesn't need to be done, or is like a really manufactured creation, I think that's what ends up being really depressing, and that's low work satisfaction. So if you've ever worked in an office, or you've ever had to do busy work that you know is pointless, it's really draining. But you can do really hard work, like even physical labour work. But if you know it's doing a good thing, it's actually really, really rewarding. Or is it? No, let's say you're like a carer or something. That's more obviously direct. But you've got like an elderly person that needs help to get to a park or something, so they can enjoy a park. Well, that's super enjoyable, isn't it? When you can, or like even say, like let's say someone was a fitness trainer, or just managed a gym or something, or it's really rewarding making a nice environment for people for them to be healthy. But it would have to. It depends if those jobs are managed well or managed in the most depressing way possible. All the work you've ever done is pretty pointless. Do you work for the government? Hang on. Do you you either work for a large corporation or the government? They're basically the same. The invisible hand. Those damn government birds. Oh no, my network drive has to boot. This is going to take a while. Oh look, we're on 18,949 followers on Twitch. Cheers. Tell you what, yesterday I watched a autopsy video. it wasn't. It was like it wasn't a cadaver. It was like the digestive system, internal organs of a person, and well, that was disturbing. Very interesting, but I can't get over that. I can't. If you worked as a doctor or you work in medicine and stuff, you just separate. You sort of separate things out. Like that's body. You sort of have a utilitarian. That's body. It's sort of a mechanical thing. I find it really hard to. I don't like the fact that I have a body. I don't like the type of body. It annoys me. It bothers me. It's the truth, but it bothers me. I'd rather be ignorant to it. Like I don't like how spleens look. Maybe some people have a nice spleen. We focus on the external parts of the body, but maybe someone has like a really nice liver or kidney, or like small intestine or something. I mean, I've seen my large intestines. They're pretty good. They're all right, but like, yeah. I can't get over that. Looking at a cadaver, like it still seems like a person to me. Well, I know, but that's how you have to treat it. You just treat it as like a mechanical thing. Effectively, you go, well, it's an inanimate mechanical object, right? But I still see it as a person. So, like, just because it's been removed from the shape of a person, I still can't help myself thinking, oh well, that trachea was used for this, and maybe they had a good time, or maybe it was like a really ugly person or something, or maybe it was a really good person or a bad person, but there's their lungs. Well, no, because I still think it's a person. That's the thing. Like, yeah, I think that's how people cope with it. Is they go, I don't know them, so it's a separate thing, and it's just a mechanical. It's just it's like coming across some bones or something, right? It's just moist bones, some moist meat. But just because I didn't know them, then I start thinking, oh, I wonder. So, obviously, like, people identify a person with their personality and stuff. When someone's dead, they're no longer doing anything, so the personality's gone. There's no longer a person there. But then you do associate faces. Even like a drawing of a face is still like a character, even though it's not a real person. But I think you still, like, body parts are still body parts. It still belongs to a person. Why are we? Well, why are we here? To do whatever you want to do. Just do whatever. There is no reason. It's just an accident. anthems. In the end, it comes down to how much you get at the end of the month, and if it's a bit more or less than negatives of the job. Well, is it though? Like, sure, if you're trapped, if you're trapped in a job, if you have to earn money to survive, or like you have, I mean, everyone does, but like, you can't justify. I don't think you can justify a job by just getting money from it, because then you might as well do anything. Do you think we're in a simulation? There's no point asking that question. There's no way to know. It could be. It's a stupid philosophical question. It's like going, is there a God? Well, there could be. You don't know. Until there was evidence, there's no point. It wouldn't make any difference. Like this, if you were, that simulation would be called reality, and everything would be the same anyway. So there's no point asking that question. So I'm saying, are we in a teapot? I mean, we could be. We could be in an interstellar teapot. I like to think that we are. But would it change anything? No. How would knowing that we're in a teapot affect your life? It really wouldn't. Your life would be exactly the same. Yeah, unfortunately the tire mod was very expensive. Fluff on a sock. A bit of lint. The universal teapot. But who made the teapot? The all-seeing teapot maker. You only get like 2 laps out of these softs. Service filling up. There's still a demand for the Assetto of the Corsa. Everyone loves a bit of AC racing. Imagine if Evo drove as good as this, or drove as good as this. I think drived is sounds better. Well, I'll tell you something that's crazy. Everyone gets worked up about longer term goals, which is a good thing to be aware of longer term goals and not have short term thinking. But someone could look at a time scale of different time scales. People arbitrarily latch on to different time scales, but there's so many variables. Like, you can obviously only act on what you're aware of and what you know. But let's say you're getting worked up because you're like, oh, politics is terrible right now, or this thing's awful, that thing's awful, you know. But what if, in like a week's time, a meteor's going to blow up everything anyway? Or you might just get run over or die or whatever, your heart could just stop beating. So it's kind of weird that people concern themselves in general. I mean, I'm not saying to not concern yourself, like, people should take pragmatic action to not damage the planet, because why not? Like, you might as well always take positive action where possible. But the point is, it's kind of strange the timescales and the things that a lot of people latch onto to be concerned with. I wonder, statistically, how often those concerned, the concern for the specific things that someone's concerned about, how often reality actually lines up with the timescale of those concerns. You know, I don't know if that's comforting though. Like if someone was, let's say someone's a bit depressive and they're like, oh god, animal cruelty is terrible, or like wars, it's all pointless, I need to do something to help, can't do anything. I wonder if you say to them, well yeah, try and do stuff, but you might die tomorrow, world might get blown up, so just don't be too invested. I wonder if that makes them go, oh no, that's even worse. Or if they go, oh yeah, actually it's all kind of a bit futile. That's quite funny. I think it's funny, which to me is quite relaxing. It's so ironic. It is stupid. So stupid. Not in a bad way, it just is. Oh no. Do we need a setup from P1? Hang on. If you put food on the table, if you put bread on the, just bread, you only eat bread, nothing else. Say setup if you're first. Anthems. If you're putting bread on the table and can afford vacation, it doesn't matter much what you do, as let's say who you do it with, and if at the end of the week you're still having fun with colleagues. Well, it matters if what you're doing is a terrible job. Like if you're doing something that's demonstrably awful, then it would matter what you're doing. Thanks for the setup. Yeah, but I think what a lot of people might do is that they do look at the world like that. They go, oh, I'm doing a job that's not too bad. I'm making enough money to live and support my family, and well, there you go. It's good. That's good enough. You know, it's up to the general systems and capitalism to self-moderate, So it's not up to me to self-moderate in terms of what I do or don't do. And so that's how a lot of people think, and maybe that's terrible. Because you get someone that works at a casino and they'll be like, oh well, it's a job, you know, get enough money, and it's like, well, yeah, but you're literally working in an industry that's predicated on exploitation of people which are addicted to gambling. But maybe there's no other work, so I'm not saying it's necessarily terrible universally, but maybe you could say, well, that individual should probably be looking for other stuff that's not terrible. You know, there is a degree of agency, or there might be. If there's a degree of agency, i.e. there's other work options available for that person, it would absolutely be better for them to do a different job that's not a predatory job. Well, I don't know. The thing is, you'd have to evaluate it for each specific thing, and then each individual would probably have their own. They'd have their own awareness, and then you'd have to choose what's like. You go, well, where you draw the lines on morality and to what degree. It's not going to be simple. But that's not really the point. The point is that definitely an individual does have they can choose, and so you can't use it's a job that pays as an excuse to justify doing something that you as an individual ethically disagree with. If that makes sense. T in capital. It's on the screen, rotating slowly. But we're just doing a race. The next race you'll be able to join. Selling insurance. Well, no, not all insurance is bad. Insurance is like perfectly fine. Like the idea of pulling together money from a load of people, so that a minority of people, or that are affected by a low frequency thing, have a protective. It's not bad. Not inherently bad. It's not as bad as sim racing. Medium tyres, guys. Sim racing is really bad. I always get the Marvel Magneti, is it? What's it called? It's a component I mean, I am there. It's a component manufacturer. Marvel Magneti or something? But it looks like Cooler Master logo. That was some 90s BTCC driving there. Imagine that. I can't do anything. I'm in the sandwich, guys. Come on, guys. I can't go anywhere if I'm in the sandwich. Get a heli course in, you can see if there's space or not. Mushroom Magneti. Can't believe we survived that. The only time I've ever actually called on insurance was for a mobile phone that I broke years ago, like 2000. I have insurance for everything. Yeah, I'm definitely losing out. I have, like, obviously home insurance, content insurance, public indemnity insurance. What else? Bloody hell! Like travel insurance. Bloody everything. I don't insure individual items though. That's a rip off normally. Magneti Marelli, there you go. It looks exactly like Cooler Master logo. Yeah, if insurance companies weren't scammy, I think it depends on the type of insurance as to how scammy they are. Oh, too much throttle. Bottle from the throttle. But I do think it's strange how there is that general cultural thing where people think however you get money doesn't matter. Like, as long as it's technically legal, culturally in the West, it's accepted as being totally fine. That, I think, is really weird. Well, the idea that you can't, you're not allowed to say whether or not someone is spending money appropriately or not. That's like a taboo. It's like a social taboo to question how someone might have spent their money. You know, it's that whole thing of like, well, you know, it's their money to spend. It's like, well, how did they get the money? It kind of does matter. But the thing that's weird is just how it's... we have a debate on to what degree people should be allowed to question how money is spent. But it's kind of weird as a default cultural thing to insist that you can't question how someone spends their money at all. How did I get 50/90? I wasted lots of money. Well, the royal family is a whole other weird thing. That's just strange. Well, for me, it's probably not wasted. I mean, out of all people, I probably will be using it quite extensively, and for what I do. But it's good for you guys, because by me having a 50/90, you get to watch high quality live streams. So there you go. It was actually just charity, really. I did it out of pure goodwill to my viewers. You could imagine this live stream as like one of those live gaming services, but you're like a kid that thinks they're using a gamepad, but they're not. I don't think it's overheating. I don't know. We'll find out when the house burns down. But to be honest, I like the immersive effect of that. I get to experience what it'd be like to be a 1960s Formula 1 driver. At any moment, I could catch on fire, and that really helps me get into the vintage cars. Yeah, it's really good. Great simulation value. Look at this gamer consistency. The legend of the consistent gamer. Coming for the podium. Do I think monarchy is the best government model, or democracy? I mean, I'm obviously very qualified to talk on this. I think the best model is to have a highly educated population in critical thinking skills, and then to have a democratic government. This is a sort of democratic socialist government. Well, people are only dumb because they're not educated. So you have to proactively invest in education and proactively invest in critical thinking, and then things basically self-moderate more. Education is massively successful. Like, think about it, stuff like brushing teeth, washing hands, basic knowledge on food and how to cook food safely, basic knowledge on toilets, where to use toilets, having the infrastructure for sewage and stuff. That has been massively successful in terms of minimizing suffering. And so even stuff like teaching language, writing, that over the last 200-300 years, that's been incredible, like absolutely incredible in terms of the value that's brought to humanity and the minimization of suffering. So it just needs to go a step further. You need to make sure people are even more educated, but not on facts. They need to be educated on critical thinking and how to teach themselves and how to help teach other people, and how teaching other people also helps make yourself better at learning as well. So but people would it's just interesting to find out about stuff. For most people, like, humans are generally inquisitive. So are, like, look at like orangutans and chimpanzees and things. Animals with like larger brains, dolphins, whales, whatever, you know, they're all inquisitive. It's just there's novelty to finding out about things, right? So because of that, all humans really actually quite like learning stuff. It's just entertaining. So there's no reason why, like, obviously some people are dumber than other people, so just naturally a bit stupid, and so maybe they'll be more suited to doing other things that someone else that doesn't want to do would like to do. You know, not everyone's going to be the same, but you can, you know, there'll be a percentage of people or just people that have accidents, disabilities, are older, whatever, that they're not going to be able to apply particularly good critical thinking skills, right? But that's always going to be a minority, and it also, that doesn't mean that they're still not valuable in different ways. But why would you want smart people to decide everything? It's fun to decide stuff. Well, being versed in geopolitics is separate to having critical thinking skills. Just let the royal family get good. You would have people that want to specialise specifically in certain jobs, but that's totally separate to basic critical thinking skills. You have a lot of people in government, a lot of people in business, a lot of people that are very educated, but they don't have fundamental critical thinking skills. It's a real problem. It's separate to, like, on average, if someone's wealthier, then they probably on average have had more education spent on them, so they're probably, in a sense, more likely to be more educated, and you would hope they would have had an opportunity to then learn about critical thinking. Some people accidentally learn about it, but it's mental. It's but people still specialise in different things. Just because general critical thinking is more just an approach. It's not the actual information itself. It's just a methodical, more scientific approach, and then being aware of the problems with how your brain works. When it comes to leadership, isn't it better to let someone who was raised from the young to lead to do it? Not why? Why would that be the case? Good racing, Dr. Longmount, Federico, Sebastian Rogel. Top three there. We're in fourth. Bursa Speaker fifth. Huge Big Venus in sixth. AI Latufu seventh. Well done, guys. That's the top seven. Yeah, why would someone arbitrarily born and raised to be a leader, why would they be better than someone that's specialised in aspects of leadership? Well, they might do, but they might also be terrible. you're probably better off having a whole bunch of educated people, and then you'll see, oh, this person's pretty good for this job, so we'll just select. It'd be like me saying that, right? So imagine if let me get another server up here. Let me get another track up. It'd be like saying, oh, what if we raise someone to be the perfect sim racer? Okay, well let's say that kid goes along with it and gets really good at sim racing. Well, they might not even like sim racing, so then they might make stupid decisions as they get older. But what are the chances that that kid that you've specifically trained to be a pro sim racer, what are the chances that they're better than every other one? Isn't that story, Max? Well, it's kind of the story of every Formula 1 driver because of how exclusive it is. But if Formula 1 wasn't as limited by the fact that you have to be like a multi-millionaire to just take part, then you would find that there'd be a lot more competition. So if you were to have Max Verstappen have the competition that you find in other stuff, he probably wouldn't stand out as much as he does. But for motorsport is there's hardly any competition in it because it's limited to rich people. I don't even understand what you're saying. Yeah, I've just explained. I just explained to you. I'm not going to explain it again. Let me just get another server up here. Right, just getting this up. Get in there. Here we go, server's going. No, not the same car. I like to keep you on your toes. Beautiful. This car's peak sim racing. This car's too good. This is an illegal vehicle. Look at that. Perfect car. Don't really get better than this.
The pace car is out of control.
Hang on, why have I lost sound? Why do I not have any sound? Did I just do something stupid? A prime minister works as a part of a larger government. So the prime minister is just one person in a political party. So you can't distill a political party into a single person. The prime minister is just a focal point. I wonder why we don't have sound for this. Well, so monarchy and dictatorships, they can work really well if the dictator or the monarch is a good dictator and monarch, but often they're not. So yeah, I mean, on average, maybe you could look through history and you go, on average they're good, and so you could make an argument there. But I think you go, that's why you, generally you just want to be able to mitigate the damage that someone could do. And if someone has unfettered power, they can do a lot more damage than, so they could do a lot of good as well, but they could also do more damage than good. Like you can do damage in a shorter period of time than you can do good. If you're messaging me on, whoever's messaging me on Steam, I now have to turn the Steam alert off. Right. Why are you messaging me? Why do people do this? Now I have to turn the audio off, and I'm gonna have to ban someone. Why? I don't know why Steam has changed its sound stuff. I don't know why this sound's not working on this car. I'm just going to get a drink. I'll be back in a second. I need to fix the audio on this car. I might have to pick a different vehicle. Could someone, if someone in chat can link me the sound mod for this car, that'd be awesome. Because there's a Shelby Cobra sound mod, so I could re-download that and that'll fix it. Why is there a spider hanging from my ceiling? Come on, matey. Outside you go. Go outside. This is my house, not yours. Right, let's go find this sound mod. Shelby Cobra. Here we go. Shelby Cobra sound mod. Okay, download. Can't remember how to install sound mods. We just drag it across, I think, into Content Manager. Okay. Nothing found. Why? I got downloaded the file. This is nothing found. We just install it over the top. Asato cosa. Content. Cars. Here we go. Let's see if this works. Fingers crossed. Hopefully we have sound this time. That'd be nice. Yes. Magic. We hacked the Matrix. Imagine buying a car, turning it on, oh hang on, my yeah, imagine buying a car, turning it on and it not having any sound. You'd be like, hang on. My shakers aren't working. Why is it not working? There we go, we're back. Good old Windows 11 playing, change the sound source. Oh. Anyone got a setup? circular wheel for this. A big pirate ship wheel. Yeah. See. They did Thrustmaster do a wooden wheel rim. It was alright actually, but I've used it before. Be a well nice car to drive in real life. I just downloaded whatever the first one that came up in on race department. I didn't watch any of that. I've been too busy gardening today. Sleeping and gardening. It is well nice. This car could just be a whole game. This car could just be a game in and of itself. Shelby Cobra Racing. Test your throttle pedal skills. Huge big beaners, can you share your setup? AC's throttle application is overly sensitive. It's really weird. Like, watch Neil's House in Bell videos on throttle pedal torque. It's a throttle pedal torque. But AC is, you'll find it's super hard to modulate the throttle just at the point where the rear tyres go over the limit. You have to be like really careful and feather it. St Neots. St Neots of spreadsheet. This is what you should give new SimRaces this car to drive. This is actually a really good training car. PS2 was good. PS2 was a good console. So many really good games for that. PS2, I think, was like the last. Share the setup, you gits. Otherwise, I'll have to 0G you. PS2 was the last console where games were designed for the console. PS3 in a sense, but by the time you got PS3, people were designing games to be cross-platform, and yeah, there was so much stuff for PS2. A lot more creativity, I think. Also, the games weren't too big. As games have gotten bigger and more complicated, it's they cost too much to make, so you can't afford to be more creative because it's too risky. But I mean, to be fair, that's AAA titles. There's a lot of like risky or original indie games. But then people doing indie games are typically like lower skilled developers. So what was really good with the PS2 era is you'd have the people that are at the top of games development, like skill, best programmers, best designers, best artists. They would then be able to do more risky games because the games were limited in size due to you know, how much could be rendered at one point in time, or everything involved in it. The expectation of game sizes, no multiplayer, so it had to have single player, so that had to have X amount of time of gameplay. So the whole the type of game that you could design for a PS2 meant that people had to be creative to stand out. And then the mobile games also happened, which ruined everything. So in terms of making money, the big publishers, everyone realised, oh, we can make a lot more money out of a lower risk, more simple game if the game is just sell people pay to win gameplay. So that ruined games quite a bit. Occasionally you get alright titles. Who's got a setup here? Who's not showing setup? You know the rules. If you set the fastest time, you have to share your setup, because it's only setup that got you your time. It's never skill. Yeah, PS3 had a really crazy architecture. Like its processor and memory management was mental, but I think it was still X32. It was still like the same. Was it the PS3 or the PS4? Maybe the PS3 was actually still its own architecture. I think it was really hard to develop for, but the PS4, Xbox 360 were basically PCs, like bog standard PCs in structure. Thank you for the setup, but that's too slow. We need one from Alan or Huge Big Venus. Yeah, the cell processor, which no one could use properly because it was too complicated to program for. Hello, Huge Big Venus. You need to share your setup. Alan shared it. There we go. Huge Big Venus is going to get ballast put in his car. He's going to get 0G'd. Oh, he saved it. He shared it. There you go. Stock setup. Shut up. Is it stock setup? Alan's setup has lowered my car and stiffened my wheels, which I know in AC that really helps you go faster. Oh, he's a typical guy. Obviously aero boy. These claims he's just driving stock setup. I don't believe it. It's, how long does it take to make a decent setup? Oh wow, these blisters are coming out. Just noticed my arm is well itchy. It's alright. Crazy. How long does it take to make a decent setup? Well, first of all, you need to make sure you're a driver that can drive within 10 hundredths every single lap. So that's probably gets rid of 90% of sim races. Then it depends what you're talking about. If you're talking about like an actual really good setup or just a setup for yourself that's not necessarily faster. To do a top level esports setup takes like minimum 5 hours, probably like 15 hours. Top level esports setup. Well, it depends if someone was starting from scratch or if they were already experienced with that simulator. Assuming they're already experienced with that simulator, probably like 5 to 10 hours, because what they do is they will keep just tweaking. They'll keep tweaking individual. They'll know the general benchmark for where the exploits are with that certain simulator and what's faster with that certain simulator, and then they'll keep turning laps, and they'll tweak one number and then turn the laps again and see if on aggregate if that actually made it on aggregate faster. It's just a trial and error process. But it depends what level you're talking at. Say like it gets insane at like top esports simulator, like esports sim setups. But the problem is, because at the really high level, the difference in pace basically comes from setup, because they're, in terms of hot lap pace, because they're all so good at driving, they're all within like thousandths of each other, or you know, very, very close. So setup has a bigger impact. Are they worth buying? Well, it depends what game you're playing.
The pace car is out of control.
So the reason to use like VRS or Coach Dave is because you just want a bog standard, reasonably good setup. You don't want to think about it. And so paying for that service could offer value for you. Generally, sims should have good setups in them. In terms of performance, though, most sim racers are terrible at driving, so it's just their driving. Like, I'm terrible at driving. So I do a lot of sim racing. I'm awful at it, but I'm about 1.5 to 7 tenths off good pace, like actual fast pace, right? So what's good for me and what's good for most sim races is just a good, stable, competitive setup, and what that involves is the setup. Whoever makes the setup knows the stupid stuff with the given simulator. So if it's more prone to suspension stiffness, what the gearing is for a given track, what the aero is for a given track, and for the setup to be slightly oversteering. Thanks for following, Polo. But yeah, vast majority of sim racers, they need to learn how to drive. But to be fair, they should have a good baseline setup. But the issue is not the setup. Like, if you're over 3 seconds or 4 seconds off the pace, setup is not your issue. Your problem is that you don't know the track. You're probably not braking at all correctly. Probably not carrying speed through the corner. But for that side of things, it's worthwhile knowing. It's worthwhile someone knowing ABS. It's worthwhile someone understanding brake bias, and it's worthwhile someone understanding differential settings like diff coast and diff power, because that can really make a car easier and harder to drive regardless of setup. Yeah, well, so that's true, exactly. Like, the value of a simulator having fixed setups in a race, or having good baseline setups, is that you know that it's your driving that's wrong and not the setup. Which, even if your driving is the thing that's wrong, at least you know. Otherwise, you know why. It could be easy to dismiss. No, you could end up blaming the setup when it's absolutely your driving. And the problem is, you have to get to a certain skill level to know when it's your driving versus when it's the setup. And that skill level is moderately high for you to be able to identify when it's setup versus your driving. Like if you have to know a track quite well and how to drive a car reasonably well and how to brake reasonably well for you to then you can then go, oh, I know I did a really good lap. So you're like, yeah. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can have a fairly good idea of how close you are to getting good performance out of the vehicle if you're experienced. sometimes there's other stuff separate to setup as well, like some cars prefer to be shifted at a much higher RPM, and it might not be obvious that that's the case, so you could be losing like 3 or 4 tenths a lap because you're shifting too early. But you just wouldn't know. Like, you wouldn't know. I mean, you can know by looking at the power band, or when you're on the throttle you can see if your speed keeps climbing, even when it sounds like it's hitting the limiter or close to the limiter. You can see your speed still increasing, but you might not necessarily know that, right? So that kind of stuff is very not counterintuitive, it's just hidden from new drivers. Engine braking is another thing that's hidden from new drivers. Like, they might not realise that leaning on the engine braking in a given simulator gets them massively better brake performance. So range sports like that. AC can be it depends on the car. Some cars have shift protection, some don't, but downshifting more aggressively than you would in any real car and using the engine can get you 3-4 tenths of that. So you just wouldn't know that unless you're new to know that. Elsar the Grey, hello. Driving style actually also... No, it doesn't. No, so also... Yeah, you're wrong. Sorry. Yeah, if you're a noob, driving style affects it. Or if you're super mega high level, pretty much every simulator has a singular way of driving, like fundamental way of driving, that's a faster way of driving, because it's just the way video games are. Like, basically, there will be a very limited viable things that are absolutely faster. And as a result, a setup that exploits that to the best will end up being quite a bit faster. And so the way that you have to drive AMS2 to be quick is not your driving style. The way you have to drive iRacing, the way you have to drive AC, the whole driving style thing is and noobs will latch onto it because they want to believe the simulator's more real than it is. To be fair, even in real life, right, a car will have a specific way that will be the fastest way to drive that car. And so a driver that can adapt to the fastest way of driving that car will get more performance out of it. Whereas a driver that has a driving style, if the car or the simulator doesn't line up with their driving style, they will be slower. And if you're having to make a setup, whoops, that's neutral. If you're having to make a setup to get around a driver's driving style, keep in mind I'm talking about I'm not saying this is slightly different at the very top end, and also if you're doing longer races, I'm talking specifically about sprint races. Yeah, a driver, if the setup's done for driving style, it'll just be slower. Like they'll just be losing a lot of time. It's different for very high level drivers and longer races, because a driver might want to approach something in a certain way. There might be a strategy. So pretty much every time I've seen someone make the driving style car setup argument, they are shit drivers. Pretty much all, like, they're so far off the pace. It's incredible. I'm a shit driver as well, so just to be clear, because it sounds like I'm being egotistical, I'm terrible at driving. I know, sadly, like, I got roped into sim racing by fast drivers, which sucks, because I'm shit at sim. It's not my natural thing. I'm naturally good at like helicopter flying and stuff like that. I'm not good at driving. Really not naturally good at driving. Yeah, but if you can't drive it, you need to learn how to drive. If you're having to remove performance from a car setup because you yourself cannot drive that setup, that's your problem. Like, you need to learn how to drive, because an actual faster driver for sure will be able to drive it. Do you know what I mean? And also, if you had a setup that's let's say it's tetchy in that sense, like a pure esports setup, all you generally need to do is you just tweak the diff a little bit, tweak the brake bias a little bit, add a bit of front or rear wing to the car, and then that will stop it from the situations where someone's losing it or is finding it uncontrollable. Well, I just can't be bothered to change gear there. So, yeah, as I said, the car setup driver style thing is based on real world driving and some other stuff. It's just a weird, and it's based on delusional sim thinking as well. No, Mr. Whippity, no. There's multiple degrees to it. There's multiple degrees to it. It depends where you're at with your skill, and it depends on the simulator. Go home and play Tetris for sure. Put it this way, right? Hot lapping, right? Sims are largely about repetition of a specific set of inputs, right? If you don't have the fundamental skills to be able to precisely do that repetition in an environment that's largely static, real life cars are not as static as simulators. But in a simulator, if you don't have the skill set to be able to replicate that pattern, you're fundamentally not a good sim racer. In which case, the whole setup thing is really not the be all and end all to you anyway. It's just you fundamentally don't have the basic skills for the sort of slightly higher level of sim racing. Sure, you might be like if you're like 2 seconds, 3 seconds off the pace, then you're so bad at sim racing, you haven't developed basic braking, you haven't learnt the track yet, and you haven't learnt the basics of that car handling. In which case, setup's really not the be all and end all anyway. You're shit at driving. You need to get good at driving, right? I'm shit at driving, and I'm 1.5 to 0.7 off the pace, and I'm shit. So if you're 3-4 seconds off the pace, you are so shit. You're wasting your time outside of baseline setup because, you know, the gearing's correct. Just the car drives neutral to slightly oversteery. That's a given. You're so shit at sim racing, don't think about setups. And then, you know, yeah, and then you get on the esports. Well done, Alan, Will Flizer, Federico, Jimmy Turbo, Dr. Lombat. I'm going to get another server here. On the esports side of stuff, or like at the top iRacing setup, for example, often there's specific exploits for specific cars depending on where the game's updated. Tyre temperature exploits, downforce exploits, suspension setting exploits, suspension combined with downforce exploits. I mean, in Race Room, for example, you could set, this is fixed now, but you could set the downforce to 0 and it would work the same. You could have basically, there's loads of sims where TC automatically causes a massive amount of performance loss, so you'd have to just drive with no TC and get good. We were playing Super Formula Light in iRacing. There was a specific setup that gained 7/10 a lap of pace due to the simulator not calculating the front wing. You could have more front wing angle, which gave you more grip, but it didn't give you the penalty at high speed. They fixed it, but like, those are the sort of, in Gran Turismo, there's a really weird understeery way of driving with many of the cars, which means you just get into a locked understeer slide, so it's just timing based. So the problem is 95 to 99% of the people that talk about setups are not, they're deluded sim racers, and they don't understand how it works at all, and or they want to believe it's how it works in real life, or they don't understand they don't understand the they're not skilled enough to understand the general aspects of it. They don't understand the exploit aspect of it. They don't understand the hot lap aspect of it versus a full race thing. They don't understand the difference between how setups are applicable for esports drivers versus how they might be applicable for your average person. You know, so it's a kind of conversation. You'd have to define exactly what you specifically mean for each single point made, but whenever someone talks about it on the internet, generally they just say they just assume everyone's having the same conversation with them, but they're not. But I'm going to get another car up here. new track. It was good racing there, guys. It's a nice fun car. What, Fast Boy? Where's the skill in trying 2k laps to get one right? By that logic, you're very talented as well. Remember the Imola thing? Well, no, that is a large part of sim racing. That is a specific talent of sim racing, and that's a specific aspect of for setups for hot laps. That's a whole nother context. But like, so at a high level, they're doing 4 hours of practice at least every day. Yeah, muscle memory is one talent. So you when you use words like more than talent, I know what you're trying to say. You're talking about, you're trying to describe the difference between memorizing something like Guitar Hero versus having a global understanding and adaptive talent. They're both talents, they're just different types of talent. Yeah, but not everyone. Well, yes and no, they're different skills. One is more predicated on time investment in a direct sense. So one is more predicated on immediate focused time investment of a repetitive task, hyperfixation on a repetitive task, and one is more focused on time investment of a more globalized task of multiple aspects of approach, variability, and like reactive driving. Both are talents. Both, you could argue, are valid in different ways. So again, you have to, if you're having that conversation, it's something that has to be defined really clearly. Otherwise it's just you have to qualify the words that are being said. Otherwise it's just an assumptive conversation and everyone just argues past each other. Jimmy Turbo, sometimes there are multiple equally fast ways to solve a physics problem, but in simulators they tend to have a very singular way of solving the physics problem for that simulator, and in video games in general, because of the limitations of the driving simulator and when an exploit is found. And setups, almost always through the history of sims in multiple simulators, there's almost always been a very defined specific meta that generally gets established that you wouldn't be able to beat with other methods or finesse, but just because of a limitation of the complexity of the simulators or limitation of those physics engines. So yeah, I'm not saying that setup doesn't make a difference. That's a separate conversation. As I say, there's like 10 different components to this that you could have a debate on. The conversation, as I say, would have to go, if you are typically 5 seconds off the pace, what sort of setup would be beneficial? And for what reasons? And XYZ, right? And you're a casual driver and you don't have too much time to practice. Right, that's one thing. If you were an esports driver looking to win the top level esports competition, how do setups come into play in that regard? And also, you'd have to ask yourself, what cars is that esports using, and what simulators is that esports using, and how does that work? If you have, it's a conversation. You can't just globally say setup's good, setup's bad, this setup better, this. It just doesn't work. I'm just trying to find a car here. I'm getting there. Mate, please hold. But generally, most of the people asking this setup conversation are typically noobs, because experienced sim racers will already know all this stuff. And so, coming at it from the perspective of someone that's 3, 4, 5 seconds off the pace, they definitely, assuming there's a baseline setup that's not insanely hard to drive. You know, it allows a little bit of margin of throttle, and it's not massively twitchy on brake, and the diff settings are kind of neutral to oversteery. It's their driving is absolutely the thing they should be focusing on, and not setup. If someone's 5 seconds off pace, there is no conceivable way that someone on a normal sized track, not Nordschleife, on Nürburgring, Brands Hatch, if you're 5 seconds off pace, it is your driving. That's sadly. Well, the setup, as I say, assuming a baseline, that's important to say, assuming that the person's got a baseline setup. Because if a setup has massively ridiculous diff settings, massively ridiculous downforce settings, let's say they don't understand brake bias and they don't adjust it. So let's say the brake bias was crazy. That can cost you 3 seconds a lap, even if you're a good driver. So, you know. But exactly, that's why sims should include. Sims should have baseline setups that would probably be within 1.5 or 2 seconds of an alien setup. Like an alien would be able to drive that baseline setup within 1.5 or 2 seconds of the fastest setup. That should be the type of setup that's included in all simulators. You know, and just the fixed setup racing thing, which iRacing does now, which is quite good. A lot of sims, LMU does that, which is good. I wouldn't buy AC on the Xbox because it doesn't have any of the mods. I mean, it's still going to be quite fun to play through. It still has the best force feedback. I've got it on the PS4, but I would just wait for Evo to come out. To be honest, save your money. but there's so much nonsense around setups as well, because it's just one of those things where it's like force feedback settings and things. But whenever you have something with a lot of options and settings, it opens up the space for snake oil and for people to be susceptible to like placebo and things. So when you combine lots of variables and settings with something that's tied into skill and something that's not immediately apparent, it really opens things up to placebo, to being vulnerable to just believing bollocks. You know, it's just how it is. Paid setup links below. But yes, I mean, that is the value. So in a sense, that is partly the value of stuff like VRS or Coach Dave or Craig's Setup Shop, is if you're someone that doesn't really want to spend time on it, you don't really care, you just want to race, generally speaking, Coach Dave setups are perfectly fine, VRS setups are perfectly fine, Craig's setups. So like, if you have something with a degree of credibility to it, not that, I mean, Dave's a terrible person, everything he does I disagree with, but like, you know, you have something with a general degree of credibility, it's in Coach Dave or Dave Perel's interest to not have complete shit setups. It's in VRS's interest, you know, they're all esports guys and stuff, it's in their interests to not have shit setups. So you know, generally they will do a pretty good job. So so that's the value, is you're like, oh, okay, I don't care about setups, I can use one of those and they'll be fine. And so you can then go, well, that's why that exists, and that's the value. So what? Dave Perel's terrible. He plays as Oddjob in GoldenEye. So, can you trust someone that does that? I don't think you can. Yeah, I mean, with AI coaching, I'd ignore all that. You could, if you want to look at. If you want to get better at sim racing and you want to analyse your inputs, I would shit off all the driver coaching bollocks on the internet. Shit it all off. It's all a load of shit to make money out of you. Get rid of it all. Learn how to read telemetry. It might not be exciting, but learn how to read telemetry. It's not that complicated. You know, it's not like learning how to program in C or something. It's a picture with nice graphics. It's almost as if telemetry is designed to be as easily and clear as possible to explain what's going on. It's not like learning how to read bloody music. So learn how to read telemetry, and then you can just watch fast drivers doing fast laps and look at what their inputs are, look at their lines, see what they're doing, think about what they're doing, and then ideally get telemetry files, replay files and telemetry replay files of their laps and just compare it with the telemetry of what you can do, right? It's not going to blow your brain. It's really not that complicated. So you can shit off all the bollocks YouTube shorts, all the driver coaching shit that's just there to make money out of you, which is it's entertainment, and it's not, the information in those videos is not wrong, but it's just beside the point. Just learn how to read telemetry. It's not exciting, you know. So, you know, but sadly, it's just what it is. It's exactly like the exercise stuff and fitness, right? Shit off all the fitness videos, all the dietary bloody videos on the internet. All of it's a load of shit to make money out of you, either by making you watch their videos to watch the adverts, or for them to sell you their unique diet or specific bullshit fitness regime. Not that their diets are wrong, and not that their unique bullshit regime isn't good for different people, wouldn't work, but it's all beside the point compared to just eat a balanced diet of fruit and vegetable. If you happen to have, you yourself might have a specific dietary thing, so go and speak to an actual doctor or be tested by an actual doctor if you have like an allergy, or you specifically get bloating, or whatever, but speak to an actual doctor. So that's a thing. You might be lactose intolerant, whatever. Sure, go to a doctor for that, but generally speaking, eat a balanced diet. Don't eat too many calories for what your size would be, which is, it's like a defined calorie amount, right? And don't eat loads of processed food. Then exercise a moderate amount. Walk. Maybe you enjoy lifting some weights, you can do that. And guess what? Do that and you'll be fitter than 90% of the population. So, you know what I mean? That's not medical advice. That's called very minimal critical thinking. I drink lots of tea, obviously. I tell you what, right? It's overcomplication is a massive problem that we have, and I think it's due to YouTube and social media and businesses looking to capitalize on trying to sell you information. So it's this hyper optimization obsession, which is actually counterproductive. You can't well, first of all, what's the point if you're not within the top 10%, and also if the top 10% of what you're doing is completely fine, like, but if you're not even in the top 50%, why try and hyper optimize for the 0.001%? It's only going to make you less likely to get in the top 10%. Do you know what I mean? It's because you're going to be so busy in your brain going, am I doing the right calories? Am I doing this? Am I eating it? Oh, super fruit. I need to get this thing. It's the same with the simulators. Hyper optimizing for like, I need this. I need the car set up, and it's like well, you're 5 seconds off the pace. Shit it off. Learn how to drive. Yeah, it's like a gish gap. Well, it's noise. It ends up becoming noise. It might not be, a lot of it might not be incorrect, but it's like fixating on hyper optimization to an absurd degree is a really big problem. Also, right, with Sims as well and all these things, ask yourself, do you need to get to this like approach it as if you're an esports driver? Some people might want to, and that's fine, and that's good for them. They want to be a real race driver, they want to be an esports driver, and they want to go through the process to get to that as soon as possible. That's fantastic. There's nothing wrong with doing that. But for the vast majority of people, 99% of people, probably more, they want to have fun playing driving games, and then you'd get to a point you'd be like, look, will you get more fun hyper optimizing your racing simulator setup and driving car setups and driving all, and or would you not get more fun just having another hobby as well? Wouldn't it be more fun to do another hobby as well as the driving, like maybe do flight sims, maybe play other video games, maybe go walking? I think you can make a real argument that you're good enough being 90% great at loads of hobbies is better than being 99.9% amazing at one thing or two things, right? I'm not saying that it's different people, different things will float different people's boats. Some people like to just do one thing, that's fine. But the problem is the assumption that, or the capital force of trying to make everybody try to approach everything like that. Spoiler, you want, or you're saying you won't? Well, you could. Well, there's a whole load of stuff in that comment. So you got to min-max your min-maxing. Well, you just got to do what you want to do, but think about it, not get drawn into a singular thing. That's all. Just always keep yourself open to multiple experiences, or realise if you're being a bit blinded. Yeah, if you wanted to be a real race driver, you need to make money. So, I mean, I guess being a YouTuber can work, or has worked for quite a few people. But starting a business is more important than playing the racing sims. I mean, I know this is hardly like mind-blowing philosophy, guys. I'm sorry for being a bit tedious, but I just feel like this is like often the dumbest, most simple things is actually pretty good. Like wearing sun cream so you don't end up burning your arms. I think it's a big... I think what's made it worse is social media, because you have to justify your content, and a way of justifying your content is to pretend that you're teaching people, and then people consuming the content go, oh, I'm learning so much from this content, I want to see the next one, because it's feeding on people's curiosity, which isn't a bad thing, but it's just capitalism. Like, most people would not want to do YouTube videos that are teaching people the dumbest of shit. They would only do it if there was a capital reward or like an ego reward to it. That's not the only motivation. Some people do just like teaching people, and it can be fun making that kind of video content. It's not, it's not a binary thing. But on YouTube and on social media, there's a big push to that's capitally motivated, and it's not coming inherently from the individual making that content. So what you should take away from that video is that Gamer Muscle hates everybody and is miserable and sad and is negative, really negative towards everything. That's the takeaway a lot of people would get from that. If anyone has a setup I can steal, that'd be nice. I'm gonna drive. We're just chatting, all right? True racing. Soapbox racing is the pinnacle. Can someone send me a setup? After all that? No, we'll do a lap first. We're fine. Oh, look at this. Looks gorgeous. Well, it's so in AC1, the general meta for setups is stiffer suspension, lower the car, as low downforce as you can have for that specific track. Like you want the car to stick to the corners. It's not as prone to tyre pressure as ACC, but it is still a thing. I don't think it's that sensitive to caster and camber settings. It is actually, no, it is for tyre temperature. So, but that for sprint racing is probably not the biggest of things. For pure hot lapping, it's a big thing. I like this car. They sound amazing as well. Also, it says twat on the on the dashboard. See that? It's perfect. Best car in sim racing right there. Poil. I wanted to make a t-shirt out of this. Just that display. Magneti Morelli again. They're everywhere. think it's water temperature. Yeah. On the dash, whoops. Look at the bottom of the screen, above Poil, next to the 79, where my thumb is. It's the water. I think it's the it's the water temperature. They obviously knew what they were doing. For sure. Although this is an Italian car, isn't it? I know Maserati's British, but this is based on an Italian framework, right? Maserati's British, aren't they? I don't know. They should be British. Good cars. I've just claimed him as British. Aston Maserati. Maserati makes all its cars underwater. A friend's dad and mine, when I was a kid, a friend's dad had a Maserati and they took us down the motorway in the UK. I think we were going like 120 or something, maybe a bit faster, which is actually, come to think of it, really bad thing to do, taking someone else's child. I would be pissed if I was a dad and someone took my kid, even if they're like 15, 16, right? But if someone took my kid down a British motorway at 100 plus miles an hour, 120 plus miles an hour, I would be super pissed. And not at the kid, but I would have a word with them, with the parents. I'd be like, what are you doing? Are you insane? Like, do what you want with your own car. Don't take other people's children in your car at that speed down the motorway. Unless they got permission. Well, fair enough. You know. How mental is that? Go to Germany, then it's fine. British roads aren't maintained as well as German roads, so it's a lot more dangerous. Also, people expect everyone to be driving at the speed limit or close to it. It was in the 1930s. Yeah, the Autobahn, I think, is maintained to a higher level, largely because people, you know, if you had a hole in the road, I just ignore the tyre temperatures. It's weird in AC. Doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's really funny when ACC came out, because ACC is like tyre pressure, tyre temperature racing game. It makes everyone hyper obsessed with tyre pressures. Not that tyre pressures aren't important, they are. But it's just funny. Well, you know my views on ACC. I just think it's such a soulless game to play. Like, the track models are really nice, car models are great. I'm not a fan of the audio, but I don't think it's bad. You know, like, they've done a good job, but it just drives in like the most soulless way. Like, it's so dull. It doesn't make any sense following on from this with cars like this to then go to ACC. From a gameplay perspective, just doesn't make sense at all. It makes sense as another developer doing it, or as a, you know, as an offshoot, I guess. Which is weird. Well, that's it, kind of. That's all that matters.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist.
Oh,
So that is amazing.
no.
So it's probably one of the, well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GG mods.
guy's an
They're
idiot.
really, it's really good.
That guy's an idiot. Okay. Well, the rear left is cooking itself to death. Okay. This default setup definitely has some issues. Oh no. Share the setup, Whippalizer. It's obviously set up. It's not my skill. Share the setup, otherwise you'll get space. There it is. Thank you very much. This is just my scam. My evil scam. I'm going to sell all these setups. We could do. We'll put them on our Patreon. There you go. And then Game of Muscles. Oh, look, it was already shared here. Game of Muscles. I know he just shared it now. Stolen setups. Genius. Well, good idea. Right. Look, this car even has like little winglets here. Those aren't for aerodynamics. That's so you can cut spectators in half that get too close. If you walk too close to the edge of the track, cut in half. Because this car was originally designed for Carmageddon 2, but then they accidentally realised they designed one of the best race cars. And they were like, "Oh shit, we made this for Carmageddon 2, but it's so good." Yeah, if you don't have a finger in your grill, have you driven hard enough? I don't think so. You know? Aero boy alert. Cheers, everyone. It's overpriced Remedy Kombucha. Do you like wasting money on drinks that are marketed as healthy but they're really not that healthy? Kombucha. It's got bacteria in it, so that means it's good. Just hope it's not evil bacteria. It kind of tastes like vomit. Who doesn't like that? I actually quite like it, but it does taste like vomit. It's like overly sourdough. You know when you make sourdough bread? If you do a wet sourdough and you leave it in your fridge, it will keep fermenting. And depending on the yeast, so when you get yeast, normally there's like different, not just one type of yeast, because it's very hard to have a singular type of yeast, but normally the yeast will compete each other, and you end up with more of a singular type of yeast, but it's still normally a little bit of a mix. Anyway, when you make bread, if you leave it for a long time, some of the yeast will produce alcohol. Some of them produce... What do the other ones do? They'll turn the sugars into different things. Anyway, if you get a sourdough starter or you make a very moist yeast and dough and you leave it in your fridge, a wet dough, it actually tastes awesome, but it will taste very yeasty. But I like that. Some people don't. Fermented yeast liquid. Yeah, just think there's all these like little yeasts going. I bet you it's less healthy than a cup of tea. Sim yeasting. Yeast bonanza. Look at this, full grid. Coyote's back in. There is quite a lot of evidence to suggest that fermented foods are good for you, though. So I don't know how good, but at least they're not bad for you, like kimchi and all that kind of stuff, cheeses and things. It probably is Autobomb, but it doesn't matter. I like to pretend. Oh yeah, you have to clutch slip at the start. it's getting packed. That's not the break point. Oh my goodness. That was oh, come on. Come on. Just like the real thing. Oh, come on. Oh, look at this. This would be better than Formula 1, this grid. Come on, that was a iRacing hot lap moment there. You have to, if you're going from the outside to the inside, you need to make sure there's not a car on your inside. And if you're on the inside, you need to squeeze the car on the outside so that they can't drive into you with much velocity. Drift entry there. After this race, can you guys remind me to turn the grass particle effect off? Don't know why it's bugging out. Everybody died. Perfect race. This car handle's awesome. It's quite cumbersome, but it's really agile on the throttle and brake. It's a very rewarding car to drive quickly.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. You know when a car's a good car because it gets banned. Every banned car was a good car. Oh, he's getting a bit loose. M. Gomez. Yeah, you want to make that number pretty high. It's got to be good. When it gets to 100, you can have a cup of tea. That's how that works. Cup of tea and a cigarette. Well, I appreciate you just driving into the wall. It's very kind. But he saw a special 2-for-1 kebab offer, don't blame him. Oh, we're catching Mr. Ian here, watch out. Coming for your vegetables. Man of veg. This car could probably do with a sound mod. Oh yeah, guys, we're going to Gamescom. What would you like us to film? I think there's some new wheels being announced, some new wheelbases, so we can test them out. Booth babes. No, they're not really that many at Gamescom, and also it's a bit. That's just creepy. I mean, yeah, it's just creepy. I can imagine that. Imagine doing that job. Okay, well, I'll try and get as much gay erotica as possible. Yeah, we can do that. Imagine doing that job as an attractive woman and just all the nerds constantly oogling you. I mean, it'd be like being me, because I get a lot of nerds oogling me, and you know. I have a lot of really hot Eastern European women oogling me. But imagine if it was like really ugly women, sweaty, ugly women oogling you. Do you know what I mean? You'd be like, oh. I'm not doing the whole of Gamescom. That took 7 hours last time. I almost died. And only like 10 people watched the video. I'll do a full tour of the hardware hall. But not the problem is the big halls are like just so crowded, and it's really like everything looks the same in Gamescom. Like it's a really confusing layout. You go up and down stairs and all around. You can't just go from A to B. Super confusing building. It's got to be, actually, the Gamescom Mesa is one of the worst buildings for knowing where the hell you are. It's so confusing. It's like hell. Surrounded by sweaty cosplayers. Booth Bay Bit Tech Conference. Yeah, well, I mean, I do know some. I do know some very attractive women that work at conferences, and yeah, shall we say, they comment on how the conference goers smell quite a bit. I don't envy them. But they're very good looking, so, you know. Obviously, it's a problem I have as well. When you're as good looking as me and other people, you just get a lot of unwanted attention. So... what I found is there's a lot of German women. They look at my developed stomach, and they think to themselves, "Wow, if I'm in a plane crash, this guy will last for at least a month with his fat reserves," and that is what a lot of women find irresistible. It's a pure survival thing. It's an animalistic survival. They're like, right, that person, okay, maybe they can fight off a tiger and a bear, but they'll run out of food. Yeah, and if maybe you're sat next to them and they die in the plane crash, you'll have less to eat. So exactly. They also think to themselves, right, he's not going to use as much shampoo, so I'm going to have nice hair for longer. Do you know what I mean? So they're the important things. What? Okay. Saved it. Of all the things I was expecting to happen, car appearing at a right angle in front of me was not high up on my list. I didn't think that was going to happen, but we knocked him out of the way and we'll drive it off. How long would I go before eating a pasture? I don't know. 2 hours? 3 hours? How long does it take to start a campfire? Get the barbie on. But it's only 1 mile walk to civilization. Get the barbie on. Oh yeah, if the plane's on fire, it's basically a ready meal. Exactly. It's like a buffet. Ready to go buffet. You know that crash in the Andes? Mate, statistically, there was probably a cannibal. Hello, Matt Olick, how's it going, man? Statistically, there probably was a cannibal on that plane, or someone with cannibalistic tendencies, right? And all the other people were like, "Oh no, we're gonna have to eat each other to survive. Oh, this is terrible." And then the cannibal guy's like, "Yeah, this is awful. Oh no. Guys, I tell you what, guys, I will be the brave one to cut the legs off and cook it for you." Oh, John. Thank you, John. I can't believe you're so brave. Don't worry about it. Don't worry, it's not a bother. You know, I will take one for the team. He's like, off to the bodies. It's like the best day of his life. Hang on, the race is finished. Oh. Dad bods or dead bods? Well, we came sixth there. Who won that? Let's have a look here. We'll change track. It was good fun. We've got to do a Road America in this car. Massey Bar with the win. Warplizer second. His setup didn't save him there. Jimmy Turbo third. Dr. Longmount fourth. K-Dog fifth. Myself sixth. Tuna in seventh. Top seventh. Blessed be. Blessed be. Right, we've got to go to Road America, guys. Good racing now. It was good fun. Good driving. Are you ready? By the way, if you need to download the track, it'll be in the description on the server. Ah, yeah, sort my grass out. Right, where's it saying? It's in particles, in it content manager, custom shaders patch, particles. Was it in grass FX? No, it's particles, I think. Where's particles? There we go. Sparks. We could have even more. Let's have more sparks. All in. Smoke and dust. Quantity limit. More smoke. On-screen size limit. No, more smoke. Extra heating. Oh. Oh, here we go. Well, the thing is, we need grass to be separate. It's the grass thing that's broken. Oh well, that'll do. We'll just drive. Let's go. Get in the server. Oh, yeah, well, we'll do Road Atlanta. I meant Road America, but I'm so dyslexic. I saw an R and an A and thought it was the same thing. Both are great tracks though, so it doesn't really matter. They did Autobahn. Should I do a quick video? Hang on. Let's record a video on the fly here for everyone. Right. You ready, guys? My phone's just... I hope it hasn't broken. No, we're right. Right, video. Wheel setting video. You ready? One take. We need to... one take on the wheel settings. I'm gonna have to zoom this in. Go zoom this in because people are blind. I'll put my camera in the corner, is it? And I'm gonna get a video capture device. Okay, my camera's not working. That's great. Yeah, and I'll explain the settings. You can watch the video live. We'll do a pure one take video. Unfortunately, my webcam's not working. This is not good. Let's delete them all. Is there a bug with OBS? where sometimes video capture devices don't work properly. There we go. You have to delete them all. There you go. OBS tip, guys. If you can't get your video device to display in OBS, delete all the video devices. Delete all the video devices. Why have I got fluff all over me? Oh, bloody hell. I need to get the ceiling plastered in here. It's hard to tell. Half the time my head is causing like dandruff, and the other half the time the ceiling's leaking. Can't win. Right, we got. Right. You ready, guys? How long we got to that? 20 minutes there. Actually, I want to test something out as well. I'll be back in a second. Back in a second. Because bald people still have a scalp, and dandruff is caused by fungus on your scalp. It's not caused by hair. I mean, people with hair often get it. I tend to go through, it depends if I'm getting enough sun. If I don't get enough sun, then it happens. Or if I don't eat enough, like, vegetables. But that's why bald people still use shampoos and stuff with zinc and things in it. It stops you getting dandruff. I'm back in a second. I'm just going to grab a tripod. Check this out. I bought this small rig tripod. Like it's a small rig selfie stick, but it has a metal. What's it called? The thing that camera thingy bobbity bing. What's it called? The screw that cameras use. Anyway, what it means is I can use these small rigs to then have a very thin monopod. This is what I wanted to try. So I can extend this. Yeah, camera screw. That's the technical name. Well done. Camera screw. Yeah, that sounds like the official name. Camera screw. That might be what you do when you're filming your wife's bottom. Logitech C920. Wow, Logitech really have done a great amount of innovation in their cameras. Oh no, wait a minute, they haven't, have they? Niche vocabulary is just wankery. Depends, it can be. Depends if it's a more clear word or not. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. Sometimes it could describe something better. This actually, for like a mobile phone. So the thing is, when I'm at events, it can be hard to. People tend to trip over your camera, right? When you mount it on the floor, people trip over it. It's really annoying because cameras and stuff are so small now. So we'll be able to attach this to a rig or whatever, and then film the rig, but with a. Yeah, it's pretty good. Does the trick. Right. So I'm gonna. We'll do this force feedback. Who in chat's got a Moser wheel? These dirty Moser users. They're the worst. Perfect, there we go. Magic, right. Right, what was it? Settings for the force feedback setting. Well, there's not much really to say, but right. You ready, guys? One take. Can we do this in one take? It's be well good. Fasten your seatbelts. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. That's not going to work. That didn't work. It didn't start. Why did the shortcut not work? Oh, it's the window selected. No? Why did that not work? Oh, there we go. Are you ready? Got to put the goggles down. Live streaming whilst doing a video. One take video. Hello everybody, welcome back to the channel and welcome to this video where we're going to go quickly through force feedback settings in the Moser software, because Moser just updated the force feedback software and for no reason at all they've changed how things feel and work. So this will just quickly go through what specifically changed, why your wheel feels slightly different and what you can do to get it to feel like how it felt before. Before you do that, also check out our video which goes over the most important setting for Moser force feedback. So, we've installed the update to the wheel base and also the new pit house software, so make sure that you do that. And then once you've done that, you'll notice that your wheel feels different. What you'll find is that they change all these settings and put them all on. Now, the way we have things set up is that we have removed everything on the Moser software. You don't need interpolation, you don't need damping, you don't need friction, you don't need natural inertia, you don't need any of it. Turn it all off, it's all terrible pretty much. The main thing with the Moser software is the force feedback effects equalizer. What you will find with the update is that the wheel actually has slightly more high frequency effects and slightly less, I believe, built-in damper. So what you'll want to do is, if you want the same feeling as before, you're gonna have to reduce the EQ effect even more. And what I notice as well is it seems like the frequencies have been sort of pushed along a bit. Now, I'm not sure if this is going to continue like this or if they'll do another update. It does seem a little bit weird how this works at this point in time, but I really noticed that you're going to need to knock down the 60 Hertz more and maybe even some of the 40 Hertz, because in some simulators, if you don't, you will feel like much more high frequency vibrations coming through the wheel than before. Previously, we would just recommend clicking on like 7 or 8 here and you get a really good result. But if you can still feel a kind of toothbrushy, tinny, super sensitive vibration feel, you'll want to like whack down this 60 Hertz to like 10 and this 40 Hertz like 80 or 70. But that will get it much closer to how it felt before. If you're doing some simulators like say iRacing, you might be using Marvin's awesome iRacing app, which is the best force feedback app for iRacing and the best way to get decent force feedback in iRacing. What you'll find with that is you'll probably also want to reduce the detail scale slider a bit more than what you had it on before, because again, that will reduce some of the higher frequency stuff. This is if you want it to feel exactly the same. As always, mess around with things, see what you like, see what you don't like, try different things, and you know, just have fun messing around with it. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. What's good for you might not be good for someone else. Just mess around with it and you'll have fun. Something's worth considering though when it does come to the basic settings on the wheel. If you run stronger force feedback and you're finding your wheel is overactive, it's oscillating too much to your taste, then you might want to add in some damping potentially. Not a huge amount, just a little bit, and that will calm the wheel down a bit, but it'll also add in a bit of sort of baked resistance to the wheel, which you might not like. I don't like that. Also, I'd prefer to use damping in the games, car-specific dampening, so that when I go to different cars, it's got the appropriate damping for those cars. I also like in the games to set the strength for each car dependent on the type of car it is, so it's the right thing for the car rather than having to do it in the software constantly. But yeah, if you run stronger force feedback, you can get away with stronger damping without it causing a loss in usable detail. But I have it pretty, I tend to run this R21 that I'm using at 50% strength, and so it's like 10-15 newton meters of force at the wheel. In that case, just I have it all turned off, and I like a very sensitive wheel. It's just how I like it. But you know, mess around with it, see what you like, do what you like. Other than that, that's basically the main thing that's changed with the force feedback. Is you're going to just have to reset all your settings, and as I say, be aware that now there's some more high frequency stuff that you might want to filter off if you don't like that kind of feeling. Oh, there was actually another thing that's incredibly important that I saved to last that I forgot about. Hands off off protection. That for some reason also causes some weird noise in the force feedback just by having it on. It doesn't matter what setting. I assume that's a bug that they're probably going to fix. So turn off the hands off protection and live dangerously. That's worth being aware of. There you go. Probably should have said that at the start of the video. So there you go. Hopefully you enjoyed this video. Hopefully it changed your life. Subscribe and like. Till the next one. Happy tea drinking. Take care. And goodbye. There you go, guys. Pro. Pro video. That's probably good enough. Yeah, there you go. All in 5 minutes. How does he do it? I probably missed something out there. But I think that's the main thing that people need to be aware of. Right, let's do some driving. Did that help you with your force feedback? Did anyone make a setup so we can start? Oh, here we go. Perfect. Now I can do my lap and we can win. I didn't tell people to subscribe to unsubscribe at the start of the video, so disaster. And I didn't promote my Moser affiliate link. That'll have cost us some money. Oh well. God, the video's just useful. Useless. A video that's useful. Thanks for the stolen setup. Bloody hell, why the nuclear bomb? Yeah, good job, mate, good job. Don't know why I can't hear that. Oh, we'll blitz this track, easy. Normally, yeah. Normally we do graphics and stuff separately, but well, no one's spun up the tyres, have they? These setups, have you given it like massive amounts of spring? Is this so you can attack that corner? The car feels like a bouncy castle. Turn the particles off though, because we need a way of turning the grass off alone. It's only the grass that was really the problem. Oh no, maybe the sparks have turned. Yeah, they've got rid of the sparks as well, won't it? Don't know what the fix is to just... Because you have this bug where the cars are dragging grass around the track all the time. No, the grass is on. It's the grass effect. Corey Coyote, he lives on this track. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. He's always fast at this track. I think we should just ban him. We should not let any furries on our servers. Furry free zone. Furry ban. We should turn the heating up, then they'll be confused. They'll get heat exhaustion. They'll drive worse. Basically, if anyone's faster than me, they're obviously cheating. Can you name anyone that's faster than me that's not cheating? I can't. They've either cheated by practicing more, using the brake pedal better, using the accelerator better, understanding the car better. Do you know what I mean? I can't use those things, so it's unfair. It's an unfair advantage. I only have like the whole day to sim race all the time to practice, so it's, you know, do you know what I mean? It's just not fair. No, what? Right, 18.7. What are you guys doing? Was that with I did that with medium tyres? Ah, yeah, we would have beaten them on the right tyres. It's okay. Oh, we had a lot of fuel as well. Hang on, Jimmy Turbo's in first. He's gone full turbo. This is a miracle. This is a Jimmy Turbo special. How do you get this car? You probably need the Assetto Corsa Ultimate Pack. Are you sure it's not the track that you're missing? You can download it from the server description. Oh, Jimmy Turbo's giving us a hack setup. Wow, there you can tell that's a good setup. Car's stiff as a brick. Are you going to need to add some fuel to that setup? Yeah, he's put alcohol in the car, makes it go faster. This better not be a scam setup. If you've got default cars missing, right click on Steam and go to game properties and check integrity of the game. And then it should re-download or should download the stuff that's missing. Clutch slip it with this. Oh, Carney's behind us. Every time. Just some people need to be 0G'd. Bloody hell. Javier, thank you for raiding us. Welcome along, Javierites. Appreciate it. Hope you have a nice day. Bonjour. Oh, this car drives like a dream. I mean, it's a bit of a tank, but... it just does what you need it to do. Oh, I'm coming. I've adapted like the Borg. We're going to have to do a rematch here. Corey Coyote's cheating. '86 on the TWAT. Maximum TWAT. Oh, we're more committed through T1. Oh, Corey, we're catching. He's going to make a mistake, isn't he? Pressure's going to get to him. I don't think he's got the game of muscle. Okay, second gear through there. Then we just cost ourselves 3/10. Whoops. He's only better than us on that one corner. Typical guy. I wonder how much TWAT he has in his car. Oh, watch out. He's got 8 minutes to survive. The chase is on. It's not one of those hunting sessions. I'm not one of those the posh guy riding the horse. I say, chaps, I think we've found a fox here. Otto, I think we should set the hounds upon it and torture this poor animal that's just trying to exist. I say, Sir Joblins, wouldn't it be rather better for us to just not do this whole animal torture business? What? But what? We have so much wealth. What else could we do? All we have left to enjoy is the suffering of innocent animals. Ever since kicking homeless people's been made illegal. You're right. On to the horses, tally-ho! I say, Archibald has just bought a yacht. You know what this means? What? It means we can hunt some endangered whales. What, oh, rather good. Maybe we can put the horse on the front of the boat, whilst we charge down the whales. I say, that's a jolly good idea. Would you care for some pims this evening? Look at this commitment. We're coming. He keeps speeding up when I speed up. He's cheating. Oh, watch out. We're in the right gear through that this time. He's got 5 minutes to hold on. He'll make a mistake at some point. I put banana peels all over the track. Oh, that was some committed braking there. I'm risking it even more. Oh, he's getting bigger. He's speeding up as well. Can he maintain the pace under pressure? That's the question. Four minutes to go. Every lap's a PB for me. Woo! Ah! Oh, on the limits. Under pressure. He knows where he's on our fishing reel. The chase down. The difficult part now is trying to get past. Catching up was the easy bit. Oh! Side by side I do. Oh! Side by side I do. He's curved himself. We're still side by side. Ah, there we go. That was awesome. 4 corners of side by side. Bloody hell. He got trapped in the understeer. I think he didn't expect me to leave as much space as I did. So it went even wider down the S's. Will he come back at us though? He's got the draft down here. 2 minutes to go. Tally ho! I say, the hounds have got a scent. Oh, he's gone. What's happened to him? He's just vanished. Oh no. He just lagged into the wall. That's it. He's baked. He's fuel. Oh no. The old ran out of fuel trick. Well, you could have run out of fuel before I had to chase you down, right? Why did you wait to run? Ah! Why did you wait to run out of fuel? You forced me to battle you all the way through, and then runs out of fuel after the battle. The most pointless war. That's what that was. Hang on, I'm a bit low on fuel as well. I mean, should be just all right. Pimpernakers. It's good racing. Sadly though, you let everyone down by letting me be in front now. Just embarrassed everybody. Time to sell your computers. Wow, Jimmy Turbo, he's 6 seconds away. He just can't. All right, Corey, good racing. Appreciate it. It was good fun. We'd never have got 4 corners of side by side in the iRacing. 1 litre too little. What a fail. Set fire to your 5090. Oh no, you don't need to. It does that by itself. There it is. What a drive. Pure emotion. We've got to do a Road America, guys. That was embarrassing for Gamer Muscle subscribers and members, though. Fancy being beaten by the bold git. Well done. Well done, Jimmy Turbo, second. Chedhead, third. Loose Wheel, fourth. Corey Coyote, he's out of here. Moldman. Moldman strikes again with his fungus juice. Right, we're doing Road America, guys. We'll do a shorter quali as well. Are you ready? Well, are people still finishing here? Everyone finished? Oh, everyone's finished. There we go. Off we go to Road America, guys. Sticking with the same car, it's good fun. It's a nice, easy car to drive. Oh dear, we got trapped in the UI. What does GER stand for? Great Elephant Racing Team. Good Energy Racing. Gerbils emerging right now. We've already got a setup shared if you want the setup. Gremlins eating ravioli. Oh, I want some ravioli now. Wee, wee, wee. We can use clutch hacks for the start here, look. Absolute cheat. This is Assetto Evolution the 4th. Bold edition. I'm going to set a lap and then I'm going to tweak my colour parameters. What I really like is more of like to images when I'm doing color grading and photo editing, I quite like a bit of purpley blue tone because I think it looks nice. We've added a little bit to this, but might try and add a little bit more. Like lower the greens and the red, but so you get a little bit more of a purpley blue tone to stuff. It's kind of a cinematic-y, not as extreme as like the Matrix, which is more of like a greeny blue tone, but more. So the highlights have got a slightly purpleness to them, like you're wearing high quality shades. You can see it a bit now. I did it really subtly, but I find it gives it a kind of early morning, fresh kind of look. It's that kind of lighting you get in a hot country early morning. I just like that tone. Sophisticated tone. We need to turn our shadows up. We're getting some weird shadow effects on the road. This is such a perfect car track combo. Yeah, early morning fox hunt vibe. Coyote's back in here for more suffering. He's loving it. Is he live streaming? Check out Corey Coyote if he's live streaming and go and harass him. Flag all his videos. Flag his live stream. Tell him off. Is he wearing clothes again or is he naked? He's half the time he's in a hot tub with a bunch of guys having a good time. I'll be honest, I'm just jealous. I wish I could get in a hot tub with a bunch of like attractive women and no one would and it wouldn't be like thought of as dodgy or bad. Do you know what I mean? And there'd be no expectations. I'm jealous of like that. Like a bunch of guys can sit in a hot tub naked together and it's fine. Do that with a bunch of women and it's all, you know, ridiculous. Just had your first rate class win. He has an OnlyFans. Jimmy Turbo's cheating again. That's the problem with me hosting these races. We have a lot of cheaters in our community. Obviously using Grip Hack. Well, he's letting his entire community down. Great. It's a lot easier in AC to miss the break point in a way that misses the apex but doesn't make you miss the entire corner. Right. This is another thing that's actually a lot more realistic, is that which would you rather want in a real car? If you were designing tyres and car behaviour, would you want a situation where a driver can miss the apex when pushing, but they don't just plough off the track and die? Or would you want it that if they miss the apex that they straight line off the track, right? you would obviously design things, if possible, so that if you miss, it's tricky to hit the apex perfectly, but if you miss it, you're still, you know, the grip envelope is such that the grip comes back, you've just lost the lap time, right? Bit of deduction there to determine what's probably more realistic. Generally, you should only like fully miss a corner if there's water on the track or something, you lock up or something, you know. Do I think more people, David, should stream less? And people shouldn't stream. It's terrible. I don't even know why I'm doing it. It's awful. It's the worst thing you can do. Oh yeah, I'm doing it because we can fill up Assetto Corsa servers and AC's fun, and I like making stupid jokes, and I can talk directly to people with severe damage from watching our channel. But no, streaming is terrible. I would recommend against it. Streaming's only slightly better than pantomime, and we all know how bad pantomime is. Oh, Corey Coyote's done a 2:04. He must be cheating. Oh, it's soft tyres, isn't it? I bet he's got soft tyres on. We'll have to try and do a cheeky soft tyre lap. He can't just be on skill. Again, he's probably using wall hack, I'd imagine. .2044 is a good lap time. Maybe he's doing that cheating thing of hitting apexes. I've noticed a lot of people using that exploit. They brake enough so that the car hits the apex at maximum speed. It's a really big exploit in sim racing. Big problem. Yeah, another cheat I've seen a lot of sim racers do is they accelerate out of corners, modulating the throttle so that they balance the grip with the available grip. It's ridiculous. Oh, you could probably do that corner flat out if you're committed. Right, we're gonna have to put some soft tyres on it. This is some filthy driving by Corey. 5/10 fast. It's got to be soft tyres. I don't believe he's done that on the mediums. Absolute tyre Tyre boy. Rubber boy. What a rubber boy. Typical guy using the available wheels to drive faster. Absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting behaviour. Oh yeah, and lower fuel. Oh dear. Bloody hell. Right. Well, having none of that. Hacks installed. So this is a problem with racing online. You always come across people cheating. Ah, the old window trick. Look, there's a crack in my door. You see it on the left? That's going to be ruining it. I know it's not. It's actually the. Take that back. Sorry, it's the it's the roll cage. Looked like the door wasn't shot properly. That'd be costing at least a tenth of that. Nice aircon though. Can't park there. Right, here we go. Here we go. Soft tyre skills. Let's see if Corey was tyre model cheating. It's all about the tyre, guys. Oh, absolute tyre filth. Oh, we're already 1/10 up. This isn't looking good for Corey. His team's in a shambles. They're all running around the pit going, oh, get back out of the track. What's an apex? Oh no, it's all over for Team Coyote. Absolute filthy grip through that. Oh, it's filth! Tyre filth! Oh, Corey, you're going to have to get back out on track, matey. You've been embarrassed. We were sandbagging, obviously. What a disaster. No, we don't need a setup. You need my setup, I'm afraid. You've been absolutely destroyed. Oh, no. Okay, still, even with that terrible corner exit, absolutely embarrassed. What an embarrassment. Fursuit in the bin. Washed. He's going to need some burn cream after that. It's a shared set. It's in the setups. Okay, I'll share the setup. The soft tyres are only good for one lap, so you know. I'm not sharing my setup actually. No, I think I'll just keep it to myself. Why would I share this? I know it's pretty awkward, isn't it? Andy H is in. Hello, Alex. I mean, it's pretty embarrassing that no other drivers in the 203s. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, we just spent £3,000 on a brand new set of soft tyres, but that's nothing for our team. Team Muscle has the partnerships that other people don't have. We can afford a new set of tyres every lap. It's fine. A nice low tyre burner out lap here. Save the tyres. So we'll see if we can get 2 laps off them. Yeah, LMU's good fun, but it's only half as good as Assetto Corsa. So, you know, it's good though, good fun racing. One day we'll get a sim that's as good as AC, but with the online ranking, and then I'll start doing driver coaching. Because obviously, who wouldn't want to learn from the best? Right, you ready, guys? Time to establish dominance. Here we go. I should have been a driver in the 90s and 2000s. Well, more like 500 for 10 minutes. I mean, what we offer is we're offering the value. That's the thing. Can't put a price on value. Novotny, we're teaching people how to drive. We're schooling everyone. Head expanding. No, I mean, the thing is, I do bring like a level of modesty to the table that most don't. That's my skill. Flat out. Too wide. Oh my goodness. Filth. Ah, what a disgusting lap. Jeez. Whoops. The second gear through there. Full TW80. Wow, that, I mean, honestly, guys, I just I expect more from people. Corey's trying, but can he deliver? I don't know if he can. What's his lap time here? Can we see it? 54 seconds. Look at him, look at... Oh, no, he's gone too deep. Oh, it's over. Oh. Doesn't put you off to... Ah, no. Psychologically destroyed. I mean, what's he going to do? What's he going to do now? All credibility's gone. He can't live stream anymore. If you've been beaten by Gamer Muscle, you have to quit sim racing. I mean, you're basically not allowed in a virtual car ever again. Well, we'll see how it pans out for everyone else. Medium tyres for the race, not speaking. Look, you gave. If you hadn't done your lap on softs at first, I wouldn't have known. You gave away your secrets. Oh, guys, here we go, ready to race here. Right, take it easy at the start, guys. Remember to clutch slip. Remember to give more fuel than the fuel prediction. Clutch slip the start, and also make sure you're on medium tyres. There's not too much to remember. Simples. He has pictures for the chat. It's ridiculous. His face. Here we go. God, imagine having a wheel rim with clutches on it as well. It's just hack after hack. I mean, sim racing is pay to win, isn't it? It is basically pay to win. Whippalizer's behind us. Well, congratulations on losing weight. Look at that, it's a nice car. Braking a bit earlier because I don't trust these medium tyres. Oh. As I said, I don't trust the medium tyres. Oh no, is that Corey? Ah, Corey's in the wall. I think he did what I did. Oh no, he's still behind us. Was it someone else that went in the wall there? The mediums don't quite have the same purchase through the corner. I know someone that lost 8 kilograms in 3 days. I asked him what the trick was. Leg amputation. Muscle convoy. Too wide. I'm not brake checking. How dare you? Oh, he's mowing the lawn. A risky line in this car. Well, egos have been damaged here. This is the power of tea. All you need to do is drink copious amounts of tea. To the mirror. But maybe watching the rear view into the braking zone is probably not optimal for track pace. Sometimes though, you know, if you have the dinosaur chasing you, you have to watch it. I was just enjoying the view of the Maseratis. They're nice looking cars. If you pass gas in the cockpit of a Maserati, is it a Mazafati? Oh dear. Very mature. God, Corey's on the back of the game of Muscle Train. He's in the third class carriage. What is that? Send of the week. Come on, guys. Work together. The game of Muscle Train has derailed. We've lost the carriages. A chav has boarded the train and started punching everyone. This is a disaster. That's right, you guys keep fighting. I'll just drive away. I know the new Jurassic Park film is honestly the worst film I've seen in 10 years. The takeaway from the new Jurassic Park film, without any spoilers, is that throughout the entire film I'm rooting for the dinosaurs to eat the actors, all the characters. The entire film is me going, oh God, I hope they all die. That would have made it a good film. If at the end of the film a dinosaur ate them all, I'd have been like, oh, it was worth it. It would have been one of the best films written. None of the characters were likable, and none of them had any reason to be there. They were all idiots. Like, the dad was an idiot. Why is he taking his kids on a boat? What an idiot. The scientist people are all, like, money motivated, so they're all idiots. And then the other, well, everyone's an idiot. They're all idiots. The helicopter pilot, idiot. All of them. All of them are idiots. I haven't spoiled anything. I'm just saying they're all idiots. There's nothing to spoil with that film. They're all idiots. That's no spoiler. And to be honest, you can't spoil a film that's that shit. It's not even good shit. It's just shit. There's no possible spoiling. I haven't said what happens. Just you want them all to die. See what's happening? Yeah, there's dinosaurs in it. Ah, look, I'm too busy thinking about Jurassic Park. Maybe they do all die. Imagine a film where everybody dies. Everybody dies. Right, here we go. We'll get this back, don't worry. We've got this. Too wide! Ah, there we go. Look, what what was that? Drift entry. Someone I don't know what he did there. Too much brake, too much turn, too much throttle, too much netcode. And we're back in our rightful position. And Coyote's left. He's left the race. He's gone. Oh no. Now I knew that would happen. So I just chilled out. He's having awful luck. What happened? Was it netcode, or did you brake a bit too hard? Yeah, it's good. It's a really fun car for racing. It's embarrassing though, because you're being beaten by me. So I say you're gonna have to throw away your sim rig. No one can recover from being beaten by Gamer Muscle, the world's well known to be the world's worst sim racer. Beaten whilst I'm talking about Jurassic Park. I mean, really, you're gonna have to come back with another car and to salvage any dignity. Corey's going to have to get into flight sim. It's the future. We need to do a glider race around the UK or something. That'd be good fun. I mean, it'll be good fun for me. No one else. It won't be fun for anyone else. Oh, this is the final lap here. Whippleizer, he's going to be trying to pass us. Can he pull it off? Yeah, we don't. No spoilers for anything. Right, I mean, how much better is this car? If you're going to drive like a cumbersome car that's quite hard to overtake with, why GT3? Why not this? Like, this basically has the sort of drawn out, yeah, it's kind of heavy, not too good on brakes and stuff, that a GT3 car has. However, it's just way more like nimble, more drivable. You can still lock up. You might as well be racing this. If you were like, oh, I want to do the GT3 thing, you want close. This car, you would get close races. It's very hard to overtake. And yet, everyone's racing bloody GT. Honestly. Whippalizer's pushing too hard. I mean, honestly, there we go. Dominance asserted. Once again. Absolute. Game of Muscle viewers are washed. Oh, look at this. We've got pink LEDs. Beautiful. Well, I think Game of Muscle viewers owe an apology for letting me win there. Money in the post, guys. Wheel. There you go. That is the Maserati. What a time. What a time to be alive. Yeah, McGann Trophy would be perfect as well. Again, much better than GT3, but... Well done, Whiffleizer. Will Pfizer. I don't even know. Well done, Jimmy Turbo, third. Chedhead, bringing the cheese. He's a real cheese person, fourth place. Loose Wheel with the wheels firmly attached in fifth. Michael B. D. 39 in sixth. Sapper seventh. Koshal eighth. Pegasus ninth. And Super Drift in 10th. Well done, guys. I need to go. I need to go. I need to get some stuff sorted out, packed for tomorrow. We're going to well, not till later, but we're going to the Gamescom. So let me know what you'd like to see. What it'll be a great time. Hopefully there's some new announcements there, and we'll be able to show them off and give our teabag view, teabago vision. Yeah, we're doing a video. Good times, good times. And I'm starving. I've purposefully ate everything in my fridge. So I don't really have any food. Right. Thank you for taking part, guys. I appreciate it. Have a good night. Have a good tomorrow. I'm going to send you to Canada, I think. Give him some tea bags in chat. We need to try LFM with AC, actually. See if we can... Maybe we can fill up LFM with AC. It's good fun. Be good fun to do. We can beat some people. We can beat people off. That's what we're good at. Take care, everyone. Bye. Bye.